Amen. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we'd like to welcome all the devotees on behalf of Bhaktivedanta Manor for this morning's morning program. Today's Today's Saturday, the 2nd of April, and this morning's Chaitanya Charitamrita class will be given by Her Grace Shruti Shakti Mataji. This evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by His Grace Sham Hari Prabhu. So continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita. In a letter to Santosh Kumar in 1976, Srila Prabhupada said, "The checkered history of family life is the same for everyone. According to our philosophy, we call it Samsara Dava Nanalida Loka, the blazing forest fire of material life. In the forest, the fire takes place without any human effort, and it burns into ashes all the trees and animals without any relief. The relief comes from the cloud above the head. Similarly, the relief from this material world comes from above, as we have got instruction in the Bhagavad Gita. So if you like, you can retire from family life. You are old enough, and it may be possible for us to give you some shelter. I am in Vrindavan at the present, and shall remain here for at least 1 month. If you so desire, you can come here and meet me, with my good wishes for all your family members." Srila Prabhupada ki, Shrimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Vrindaya Tulasi Devyaya Priyai Keshava Shicha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavatai Namo Namaha. Shri Vrindaya Tulasi Devyaya Priyai Keshava Shicha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavatai Namo Namaha. Tulasi Devyaya Priyai Keshava Shicha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavatai Namo Namaha. Vrindadevi Tulasi Maharani ki.
Namo Namaha. Jai Krishna Prayasi. Namo Namaha. Jai Krishna Prayasi. Radha Krishna Seva Pavo Eya Pilasi. Vrindaye Tulasi Devyai Preki Shavasecha Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo.
Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavinavyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishnana Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy names. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prem. Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Shri Gauranitai
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvantam Aravindanalayataksam Bharavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaramnam Kandarvato Vikamaniya Visheshashobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Bando Mui Savadana Mate Jahara prasade bhai e bhavatoriya jai Krishna prapti hoya hoite Krishna prapti hoya hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Ekya Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamagati Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudana dilo jai janme janme Prabhu se Chakudana dilo jai janme janme Prabhu se Divya Gyani de Prakashito Divya Gyani de Prakashito प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति यहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय जहाँ चरितो वेद गाय जहाँ चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेरा जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेरा जीवाना हा हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया Ebe jas kushu kibuvana Ebe jas kushu kibuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatari Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Prabhupada, 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 Shira Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Shira Prabhupada. Nitai Goda Haribo, 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 Nitai Goda Haribo. Nitai Goda Haribo, 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 Nitai Goda Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Asto Tarasatashi Srimad Jai Prem Shikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai Vrindavan Dhamma Ki Jai Mayapur Dhamma Ki Jai Jamuna Mai Ki Jai Ganga Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Shrimate Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai, Gaur Premananda, Hari Hari Bol, all glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Garanga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
We have till 9 o'clock today, right? Is that right? Yeah? 9 o'clock. Normally they say 9. On weekends it's 9, I think. Okay. Just checking. We're going to sing Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. If you want to pull up the words on your phone. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karama Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karama Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karama Dhama bina ke dayalu Jagata samsare Dhama bina ke dayalu Jagata samsare Mosamapatita Prabhu na paivera. Mosamapatita Prabhu na paivera. Ha Prabhu Nityananda Emananda Ha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Kripa Palakana Kara Ami Baradu Kripa Palakana Kara Ami Baradu Daya Kura Sitapati Advaita Gosha Tava Kripa Bale Pai Chaitanya Nitai Gora Prema Maya Tanu Pandit Gadadhara Gora Prema Maya Tanu Pandit Gadadhara Srinivasa Hari Dasa Doyara Sagara Srinivasa Hari Dasa Doyara Sagara Ha Swarup Sanatana Ruparaguna Bhata Juga Shriji Vaha Prabhu Lokenatha Daya Kuroshya Charya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangha Mage Naratamada Ramachandra Sangha Mage Naratamada Ramachandra Sangha Mage Naratamada Ramachandra Sangha Mage Naratamada Ramachandra Sangha Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Thank you. Thanks. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much. Okay. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda. Jai Dvaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda. Jai Dvaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda. Jai Dvaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhaktivinoda. So we're reading Madhya Lila, CC, chapter 8, verse 72. Yannam Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padhakim Va Dasanam Avashishyate. Yannam Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padaha Kimva Dasanam Avashishyate. Yannam Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padha Kimva Dasanam Avashishyate. Yanama Shruti Matrena Dasanam Avishishyate. Yanam Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padha Kimva Dasanam Avishishyate. Yannama Shruti Matrena Bhavati Nirmala Tasya Tirtha Pada Kimva Dasanam Avashishyate. Anyone else? No? Ladies? Yannama Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Pada Kimva Dasanam Avishishyate. Yanam Shruti Matrena Tasya tirtha padakim va dasanam avashishyate. One more. Ishwini? Yanama Shutri Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padakim va Dasanam Avashishyate. So repeat. Yat, of whom? Nam, of the name. Shruti Matrina, simply by hearing. Puman, a person. Bhavati, becomes. Nirmala, pure. Tasya, of him. Tirthpadaha, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, at whose lotus feet are all places of pilgrimage. Kim, what? Va, more. Dasanam, of the servants. Avashishyate, is remaining. Translation: a man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore, what remains to be attained by those who have become his servants? Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 9, Chapter 5, verse 16, and is an admission by the great sage Durvasha Muni. Durvasha Muni, a caste Brahmin and great yogi, used to hate Maharaj Ambarish. When he decided to chastise Maharaj Ambarish through his yogic powers, he was chased by the Sudarshan Chakra of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When things were settled, he said, when the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is heard by any person, that person is immediately sanctified. The Supreme Lord is master of the devotees, and the devotees under his shelter naturally come to own his opulences. All together, please. Om Gyan Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yata Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagna Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sarvadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padhan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakambitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namustate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhoivevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadigaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Because it's short, I'm just going to reread everything. Yannam Shruti Matrena Puman Bhavati Nirmalaha Tasya Tirtha Padhakim Va Dasanam Avashishyate. Translation: a man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore, what remains to be attained by those who have become his servant, or his servants? This is a quotation, this is the purport, this is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 9.5.16, and is an admission by the great sage Durvasha Muni. Durvasha Muni, a caste Brahmin and great yogi, used to hate Maharaj Ambarish. Hard to imagine, right? A great yogi hates someone. When he decided to chastise Maharaj Ambarish through his yogic powers, he was chased by the Sudarshan Chakra of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When things settled, he said, when the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is heard by any person, that person is immediately sanctified. The Supreme Lord is master of the devotees, and the devotees under his shelter naturally come to own his opulences. So we know from the previous verse, we are still in the midst of this wonderful conversation between Ramananda Rai and Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya has been building things up, asking Ramananda Rai to go further, similar to the conversation between Arjuna and Krishna, because they are Arjuna and Krishna. I think we mentioned last time that Ramananda Rai is Arjuna the warrior. He's also Arjuna Krishna's friend in Vrindavan Leela. And some say he's part Vishaka, some say he's part Lalita, depends on what you read. But he's certainly a pure devotee. And here we have Lord Chaitanya, who is non-different to Krishna, who is Krishna and Radharani combined. So Prabhupada says in the previous purport that everything henceforth we should consider to come under aspects of spontaneous devotional service. This verse for us really highlights that it doesn't matter where we are in our spiritual life, whether we're in the beginning, the middle, or the end, the holy names are our beginning, our middle, and our end. They are our process. They are our relationship. Our relationship is contained in there, and they are completely our ultimate goal. I don't want to spend too long on the board, and I didn't get a chance to put it up. I'm just going to draw something very quickly, and then Yashvini, will you take over as scribe afterwards? Is that okay? So, where's that mic? Here we go. It's on? Can you hear me? Okay. So, thank you so much. Can I borrow that? I think we need to wipe this. Okay, thanks. So, I can see some new faces. So, just as a refresher for the rest of us, and for those of you who are visiting the temple, it's one of your first times coming to these classes. Krishna consciousness, it's a science. It's a science. There's a goal, there's a process, and there's a starting point. And it's important to know this science and what results are expected at each stage and what the symptoms of achieving each stage are. Just like when you do a scientific experiment, it's really helpful to have correlating data depending on where you're at. So, often when we're looking at the stages of the beginning stage of spiritual life is Shraddha. It means faith, doesn't it? Faith or Shraddha is the beginning stage. And people will often draw a mountain. That's like climbing a mountain in the beginning to get to a point of the top of the mountain, which is Nishtha. So fixed, steady devotional service. We draw a mountain. But I thought, I'm going to change my picture a little bit. And I'll tell you why. So rather, because we there's this analogy given of, it's like climbing a mountain with a backpack. Because between faith to getting fixed in our practice, we have a lot of stuff in our backpack. A mountain is far harder to climb when there's stuff, rocks, your drinks, all your baggage, everything you think you need for that climb, right? Who here overpacks when they travel? Everybody, like, you pack far more than you would use at home just for that short amount of time. This is what we do in our spiritual life. Like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be successful in my spiritual life. I'll keep this, and I'll keep that. I'll keep all of these things. I'll use all of them in devotional life, right? So we have this backpack full of stuff. And then the understanding is that by the time you get to the top and you're fixed, by that time you realize, I'd be far better off with less stuff. And you dump it all out, and your backpack doubles up as like a sledge. Who's ever been sledging here? Sit on a sledge and you can go really fast down the mountain, right? Down the snow. But I was thinking, actually, it's not quite so straightforward after we get to Nishtha, in the sense that it's not quite a straight line. And also, it's going to Nishtha isn't really a mountain. A mountain can be unpredictable, right? A mountain can be very rugged, very harsh. I was thinking of helter-skelter. Has anybody ever been on a helter-skelter? Do you know what that is? It's a slide which you climb up lots of stairs, okay? And then, when you get to the top, what makes it more fun than an ordinary slide is you don't go straight down, is it kind of winds like this and then goes straight. Right now you might have loads of winding paths, but I'm going to draw just 2 bends, just for simplicity's sake. And so Yashvini can carry on scribing, please. So each bend will correlate to something. So, when we're looking at Shraddha, faith, it's not just faith in anything, just like a scientific experiment doesn't just start off with a random hypothesis. It's very purposeful, very specific. So this Shraddha doesn't just talk about general faith that God exists. We're talking about, this is the journey of pure devotional service, okay? So pure devotional service has to start with faith that actually correlates with pure devotional service. So the faith that correlates with the beginnings of pure devotional service is faith in what? Anybody want to have a try? Where is our faith placed when we are beginning pure devotional service? Which all of you are, by the way. So even Kanishta is considered a pure devotee, even at the beginning stages of pure devotional service or immature stages of pure devotional. Anybody want to have a... Okay, but something more specific than God. Prayers, Prabhu.
It's a practice. You can't achieve anything without practice of the principles.
Okay.
That will gradually bring it some faith.
Okay.
Experience.
Okay. Before faith in the process, Prabhu?
This is from Srila Bhaktivedanta. Is it logic and rational?
Faith in logic and reasoning. No, if it's from Shuddha Bhakti, the answer is actually in Shuddha Bhakti Chintamani. Faith in devotees, no? Govinda Prabhu.
Faith that the goal is pure, is free from materialism, that we aspire for the pure goal.
Okay, can you say more? What is the pure goal?
Well, Shuddha Bhakti, pure devotion.
Okay, anyone want to say a bit more, yeah? No? Something different?
Faith that if we just remain on this path to reach the ultimate goal of life,
Okay.
the ultimate perfection.
Okay. Anyone else? You said you wanted to say something else? Okay. Okay. But what is this devotion to? To who? Krishna. So actually Shraddha refers to... Shraddha really begins when we have faith that all purposes are fulfilled by serving Krishna. And we're really fortunate because Prabhupada's just given us everything we need to start off with the right type of faith, which makes it much easier to not have mixed devotional service. When we're talking about mixed devotional service, we're not talking about anarthas. I mean, anarthas are there, whether your faith is pure or not. We have to clear the anarthas. But mixed devotional service is when people have the actual purpose or the meaning of chanting or the purpose of spiritual practice mixed up. They might think Krishna is a demigod or he's there to fulfill my material desires. And that's all you know. You don't realize that. You haven't yet got faith that, okay, well, Krishna's, everything begins and ends with serving Krishna. So this Shraddha is very important. So after Shraddha, we then go to Sadhu Sangha. which is the next step of our next rung of our ladder. Oh, I have faith that if I serve Krishna, if I engage in this process, that all other purposes are fulfilled. So actually, I'm going to start mixing. I'm going to start associating with, spending time with those people who know about this process and try to understand the process a little better. So sadhusanga is associating with devotees. Can you write that underneath? So after you spend some time with people who are also on the same path, who have the same goal, what do you do next? We find out the process and we engage in bhajan kriya. So bhajan kriya is regulated practice. And this regulated practice can be steady or unsteady. Starts off unsteady and becomes more steady. And specifically, this regulated practice is under the guidance of a teacher, right? Even if you're doing an experiment, you might be working under a PhD student or a professor. You've got somebody who is guiding you, making sure that you're doing things properly. Because if you don't run the experiment properly, you're not going to get the results, quite frankly. And if it's unregulated, so it's unregulated and regulated. It starts off unregulated and becomes regulated. Okay. Now, the next rung is anartha nivritti, removal of unwanted things, which is also letting go of unwanted things. Remember, our backpack is under our control as well, right? Your backpack has so many things in it which you think you need. So to emptying it out is just as much about letting go as it is about Krishna saying, okay, let me just lighten your load. Let me take this out. It's about saying, okay, here, take it. I'm going to let go. But anartha nivritti actually takes place through all of this. And then finally, at the top, we get to nishtha, fixed and steady. That's fixed in our practice, fixed in our faith. I'm going through this quickly because I want to get into the rest of the class. And then after nishtha, or fixed, steady devotional service in practice, there are the path forks, which we won't write on the board, but one continues with this regulated practice, Vaidhi Bhakti, and comes to ruchi, which is taste. Or one may wake up to some spontaneous devotional service in practice and also reach ruchi. Taste, and then from taste, we then move to attachment, which is asakti. And then bhav, which is ecstatic devotional service or devotional service in ecstasy, where one knows 11 symptoms of their true identity. And last but not least, we have prem, which is pure devotional service in love. So why write all of this? The chanting of the holy names is never given up, doesn't matter where you are in the process. But how we chant is really important. There's a term, especially you young people will know, right? It's called AMA. What does AMA mean to you? Ask me anything. There we go. So someone asked me the other day, oh, can you do an AMA for this company? I was like, I'd love to, I don't know what that is. And they said, oh, it's ask me anything. I said, yeah, that sounds cool. And I was just thinking when I was reading this verse, a man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore, what remains to be attained by those who have become his servant? So, the holy name is really a way to ask Krishna anything. It's an AMA, because it's there from the beginning to the end. And the end is ever increasing anyway. So what we ask for determines where we end up next when we're communicating with Krishna. Okay. But this is to do with also we should be asking for different things at different stages. So let's look at the 3 different types of chanting and how they relate to this AMA. I had another acronym. Can you put AMA there? A and then M underneath, and then A under that. You might need a little bit more space, but okay. So the AMA that I was thinking, there's 3 very key factors that determine where our chanting takes us and what the results of the chanting are. The first one is attention. The second one is motivation. And the last one is attitude. Okay, so our attention, our motivation, and our attitude have a very profound impact on where our chanting takes us. So many of us stay stuck at the same place for a really long time, not moving forwards, sometimes 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and we think it's because of, offenses and inattention. And yes, those things are there. Of course they're there. But when we don't mold our attention, when our attention doesn't have a focus, when we don't understand what our motivation should be, and we don't have a framework for our attitude, then the only thing in charge is the mind. Okay, the only thing in charge is the mind. So it's important to have frameworks for us because we are trying to connect with Krishna with this body and this mind. So we've got to give it a framework. Right? We've got to know what attitude am I going to do this with, what should be driving me, and where should my attention be placed. So there are 3 types of chanting. We know this from Harinam Chintamani. The first type of chanting is Nam Aparad. Nam Aparad means offensive chanting. Nam Aparad is offensive chanting. Then we move to Nam Abhas, which is shadow chanting. And then we move to Shuddha Nam, which is pure chanting. We're really experiencing Krishna. All 3 of these different types of chanting, there's different types of attention, motivation, and attitude. Okay, so if we look at, for example, let's just take Nam Aparad. So Nam Aparad itself, offensive chanting. We know the 10 offenses of the holy name. We don't have time to go through those now. But for the most part, especially if Shraddha, you have correct Shraddha, right? We've come to the process through hearing the philosophy, through reading Prabhupada's books, and our faith has developed through that process, and then we're associating with devotees with that intention. Most of the 10 offenses don't tend to apply. It's rare that if you've come across, Prabhupada's books, that you're going to think Krishna's name is the same as a demigod's. It's rare that you are going to want to intentionally keep material desires. It's more rare that you're going to just, lackadaisically just give out confidential knowledge, which people aren't ready for. But inattention is profound. Inattention is prevalent. It's just there, Nam Aparad. That's the biggest offense, and actually inattentive chanting is the root of all other offenses. So the attention at Nam Aparad, for now you can sit down, thank you. So the attention at Nam Aparad is inattentive. The attention is to everything else. Okay, the attention is to everything the mind comes up with, whether it's a thought, whether it's an emotion, whether it's an intention. Because those are 3 functions of the mind, right? Thinking, feeling, which make up contemplation, and then forming an intention or will. So at Nam Aparad, when we're chanting, we're not really connecting with the name. The mind is everywhere. What motivates Nam Aparad? Our material desires and our worries, right? Think about when we're least attentive. You're like spacing out, right? Where's your mind going? Your mind's going to either what you want or what you don't want. Your worries are what you don't want, isn't it? I don't want this to happen. I don't want this to happen. Like, oh, what if this happens? We worry about everything. And what do you think the attitude is at Nam Aparad? At Nam Aparad, the attitude is indifference. I don't care we're calling a person. I mean, Krishna's name is the most attractive thing to all of us by nature. It's natural for us to... It's natural for us to be attracted to Krishna's name. It is unnatural for us to be inattentive. But it feels natural. So we become indifferent. We forget. We've forgotten that his name is the most attractive. So we're indifferent. If you called each other with indifference, if anyone calls you with indifference, you don't even know they're calling you, right? If you go to a supermarket, or even in the temple, someone happens to have the same name as you, but that person has no intention of calling you. They're calling someone else. You kind of know, isn't it? Oh, they don't mean me. Has that happened to anyone here where there's other people who have a similar name to you? And it's, like Shyam-Sundar. I'm sure if you ever went to Vrindavan or even in Kirtan, people saying, Jaya Radha Shyam-Sundar, you're not thinking, wow, they're calling my name. It's just not, sadly, it's not intended for you, So this is, our intention is important, right? Intention is, attitude is important. So indifference doesn't attract anyone. And, inattention can't be underestimated. Inattention is really prevalent for everybody and for different reasons. And especially we're seeing now that inattention, I would say, especially in my profession, I would say inattention is more prevalent than it's ever been. Why? Because we spend so much time on digital media. Now, if you're a little older and you've come to digital media late like me, your brain's kind of a little bit protected, right? Because you don't have certain habits, you're not so attracted to it, it's not really made for you. It's like, okay, fine. Other things distract you, other things make you inattentive. But if you're young and you've been brought up with digital media, or you're required to use a lot of digital media in your work, or you use it for entertainment, expect yourselves to have a brain that is very inattentive. Now, why am I talking about the brain? I've been talking about the mind, we talk about the soul as devotees, we talk about the body. Why am I talking about the brain? Because the brain's like the Velcro that sticks the subtle body to the gross body. Okay? That's what keeps the subtle body anchored. So that's why when there's imbalances in the brain, you can also see an imbalance in the mind, an imbalance in the intelligence, an imbalance in the false ego even. Right? It's not complete because the mind is not only the brain, the mind is bigger than the brain, but because it keeps the body and the subtle body together, it's like a Velcro. So we have to look after it. And quite frankly, being on digital media messes up your brain, big time. Okay? It's your attention's in 1,000 different places just looking at one screen. You're on a very subtle Asuric highway because it's designed by the mode of passion and ignorance, which is that highway takes you away from Krishna. Even if you're looking at devotional content, it's like swimming upstream. It really is like swimming upstream. We have 81 different types of devotional service because of the 3 modes of material nature. So if you're gonna look at devotional content on a screen, yes, great. If you have no other choice, do it. But if you can, stick to books, stick to live classes. Because the entire atmosphere, the pages are saturated with bhakti. They're not affected by the modes of ignorance and passion so much. They're saturated by Srila Prabhupada's love, Krishna's love. So, a few of us were recently at a KC Sok retreat, and, last weekend. It was wonderful. Really vibrant, enthusiastic, sincere students. We had about 55 students. But the first day we did japa, it was intense because everybody was carrying so much. You could see the mind was so busy, people were paralyzed into chanting. There were so many people sitting there like this. Like their mind was racing so much, they actually couldn't move their tongue. It took a whole day of getting out of the mind and jumping up and down in kirtan before the next morning, it's just blissful, the chanting, because the mind had, we're back. The mind hadn't taken us over there. So this nama parad we also get into as devotees as we practice more, because we start to develop an indifference to the process. We develop an indifference to Krishna because we take the process for granted. Right? Oh, I've got this now. Right? If you're brought up in the movement, you probably recognize it better than anyone. I've got this. I was born in it. It's mine. So then you become indifferent because you can have it any time you want. Our next stage, namabhas, shadow chanting. So there's 2 types, unintentional shadow chanting. So namabhas, so namaparad, because of offenses, anartha nivritti, removal of unwanted things, is slow. Our progress is slow. You can be stuck for a long time, lifetimes. Okay? Namabhas is shadow chanting. So this is when we start to unpack that bag. Okay, we start to realize, this is getting in the way, not really going to need this, can't imagine when I might need that. So we start to unpack the bag, and we start to also reconnect. But there's 2 types. There's unintentional namapas, shadow chanting, that which wakes us up. Unintentional is like playing a game for the first time, and as a fluke, you do well. Who's ever done that? I'm not really a gamer, but somehow or another, if I play a game for the first time, I do really well. And I'm like, yeah, I'll leave it there, leave on a high. don't need to take it any further than that. I'll keep my high score because it's just going to go down from here. So unintentional namapas it's described like when somebody incidentally says Krishna's name, or they join in on a Harinam. They have no clue. Like we've always got drunk devotees, right? Well, they are devotees, but they don't even know it, right? They always join us, and they're so enthusiastic. A beer bottle in one hand, it's like they're jumping up and down, and you even point to the words, and they're like, yeah, they'll enthusiastically chant. They're happy. To them, it's like a rave and a street party. But they're actually, because they're doing it unintentionally, they have no idea of what they want. They don't really put any expectation on Krishna. They're not demanding. They just want to have a good time. And they're like, yeah, this goes with the vibe that we've got. Let's do it. So they actually end up being attentive. It's interesting that they are intoxicated, but they're absorbed. They're like, yeah, they're really singing and they're really dancing. They're really into it. So there's kind of no offense. Their attention is on it. They have little motive. And their attitude is they don't know what they're doing, but it kind of gives them a clean slate. So Krishna reciprocates. Krishna reciprocates. You'll see sometimes on Harinam, you'll get these kids who'll join in and you tell them, yeah, there's a temple at the end, and they'll start off with, yeah, we'll come to the temple. And usually about 100 meters from the temple, they see some guy or girl outside a pub and they go dancing towards that guy or girl rather than to the temple. Okay, so that it gives you something, but it doesn't take you so far. This is the unintentional. It's where Krishna's name might be part of another word as well. So it kind of protects us. There's an innocence to the unintentional, but we don't get spiritual success. It's kind of like being in the research laboratory and you happen to accidentally do the right experiment. You get some result, but you ain't going to get a PhD for it. So this is namapas unintentional. Then there's intentional namapas. So this is what we try to engage in when we move our chanting from inattentive to attentive. Okay, namapas, which is intentional, is the only difference between namapas, intentional namapas, and namaparad is a lot of it is to do with increasing consistent endeavor to be attentive. Okay, so an increasing consistent endeavor to be attentive. So we've got to check that in ourselves. If you're looking at your own attentiveness, make sure it's increasing and it's consistent, and you're trying, because that trying, it mirrors what Krishna asks Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna never asks Arjuna to win the war. He only ever asks him to fight. Okay, so we only have to try. That's the beginning. So increasing consistent endeavor to be attentive. Motivation. So namapas, to be honest, I mean, all of these are stages, right? There's a transition stage from namaparad to namapas. If we look at, namaparad tends to be prevalent at unregulated bhajan kriya. And as our bhajan kriya becomes more regulated, we move more to namapas. And at namapas, our motivation in the beginning is to become regulated. That takes us from unregulated bhajan kriya to regulated bhajan kriya. So anartha nivritti, as the namapas becomes more regulated, anartha nivritti, our bag starts to be emptied. Okay, and we get to nishtha, fixed practice, fixed faith. There's nothing that can shake you, doesn't take you off the path. But when you're at nishtha, then your motive changes, even if you're still at namapas, because actually shuddhnam really comes progressively more at bhav and prem. But at nishtha, our motive changes. We're still at namapas, we change to what? The motive after becoming regulated is to develop love. We want to develop love. That's what we want. So actually, from bhajan kriya right through to ashakti, we are really focusing on more attention and a gradually changing motivation from regulation to developing love. What do you think the attitude is that we have? What attitude should we be cultivating? Faith, did you say faithful? Favorable. Okay, so what are some aspects of favorable chanting? Favorably calling someone. Longing. Longing is, there needs to be quite a lot of attachment for longing. What comes before longing?
Is it with the intention to please Krishna?
Okay, that's also still really to understand Krishna quite far away. But yeah, there is going to be an element to please Krishna. How can I please you in my service here? Nice, thank you. Respectful is nice, yes. What else? Honesty, nice. Okay, so honesty, respectful. What else? What attitudes do you imbibe? Krishna? Not controlling. Yes. You don't, yeah, not controlling of Krishna. So you're not demanding, right? Krishna cannot be bound by expectation. He does his own thing. What else? Determined, nice. What else? Okay, applying ourselves in a way that's for Krishna's pleasure. Nice. Anyone else? Govinda Prabhu.
Pleasing to the Guru.
Pleasing to the Guru. An attitude of chanting that is pleasing to the Guru. Curiosity, yeah. Anyone ever here pray to Krishna for protection when they're chanting? Yeah. A lot of the things you're describing are actually the elements of friendship. Sakyam is part of our 9 process of devotional service. This attitude, favorable attitude. Who do you have a favorable attitude to? Your friend, right? So the attitude, Anam Abbas, is of protection, friendship. I want to give you some pleasure. I want to make you happy. I want to make spiritual master happy. I have some curiosity. And then, as we were saying, trying not to control Krishna. Because if we think about it, whenever we have a desire, whenever we have an aversion to something, we're trying to control Krishna by controlling his manifestation as material nature. So, and when we have expectation of him, even expecting that he give us pure devotional service, it's still an expectation. And then we move to Shuddha. As we continue to do that, we eventually, the baggage is, so this, on a helter-skelter, you take a sack up with you, up the stairs. Many of you have not done a helter-skelter. Try, it's really fun. So it's like I can't remember what the fabric is made from, it's a natural fabric. You can actually fill it with stuff. Most people don't. They know they're smart. You go up with an empty set, you will slide down much quicker. As our nama pass is more and more motivated by a desire to develop love, whether we're already doing spontaneous devotional service in practice, or whether we are in Vedi Bhakti, just devotional service in practice, without knowing who or having a glimpse of who you are, we develop a taste, ruchi. I like this. I like Krishna. I like being with Krishna. And then we get to our sakti progressively, which is attachment. I miss him when he's not there. You can like something, but you might not be that bothered when they're not there, right? You can like someone. But attachment is, I like them, and when they're not there, I miss them. Right? And then ecstasy, that develops further, because you start to then understand and know who you are, 11 symptoms. And then ultimately prem, which is ever increasing. So why is there a bend at ruchi and ashakti? If at nishta, we've pretty much emptied out that sack. You've got an empty sack that you're sitting on that is making you slide really fast. The helter-skelter has got bends. What might slow down you going down the helter-skelter? Who's ever tried to slow themselves down? Who's ever tried to slow themselves down going down a slide? Why would you? Why would you slow yourself down, Smarahari? Fear. Yes. Because even at ruchi and ashakti, your disqualification is fear. I'm scared. This is so ecstatic. What if I lose my mind? What if I lose who I am in this world? You get scared. Because falling in love, you got to let go. No expectations. Full surrender. It makes your heart explode. Like literally. But it's scary because you lose yourself. It's intoxicating. And spiritual love is the most intoxicating. So you might dig your heels in and slow yourself down, even though everything's going downhill and can pick up pace. By bhav, most of it's gone. Fear's gone, definitely. Otherwise you wouldn't know 11 symptoms. You also, attachment to adoration and fame can hang around till birth, but I think Prabhupada has really drummed it into us that lose it before you get into the latter stages. So at Shuddhnam, at pure chanting, our attention is what? Not just fixed, we're absorbed because we're experiencing Krishna. When we call his name, we experience the whole person. When you call someone you love, it's like they're there with you, right? You have a sense of what they look like, what they feel like, their facial gestures, everything. They're like there when you call someone you love, isn't it? So you're not just attentive, you're absorbed with pure name, absorbed. You could be doing other things, but when you're connected, like there's this, Prabhupada disciples often say that Prabhupada would be speaking, but in the back of the throat, you would always hear the Mahamantra. I'm like, what? That's amazing, isn't it? It's like he's speaking with his material vocal cords, but there's this like transcendental voice box that is like his transcendental voice is just chanting the Mahamantra. Why? Because he's absorbed. He is absorbed. You know, read this. This is, a man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore, what remains to be attained by those who have become his servants? Prabhupada says in this last sentence, the Supreme Lord is the master of the devotees, and the devotees, under his shelter, naturally come to own his opulences. Naturally come to own his opulences. We have everything that Krishna has when we realize we belong to him. Because then he belongs to us and we experience it. This is, in the previous verse, because I really, really like the previous verse, this word mamta, intimacy. The intimacy of the servitude in terms of the 5 mellows of our relationship with Krishna. Servitude, right? We've got, neutrality, servitude, friendship, parental, and conjugal love. That servitude, don't underestimate it. Now, sometimes as devotees, we try and bypass it and go, no, actually speaking about, we're going for pure love of God. It has to be conjugal or friendship, or it has to be parental. Right? This servitude is for everybody else. But this mamta, this intimacy, even those rocks in the spiritual world have intimacy with Krishna, where they feel like, I belong to Krishna. Everything Krishna experiences, I experience that love. I mean, in Nectar of Devotion and in Shuddh Bhakti Chintamani, and if you read Shiva Maharaj's other books, you'll read passages that describe how the rocks in Vrindavan, they melt, they become soft. So Krishna's feet on her, they're responsive. This is what we're like, right? When we're in a loving relationship, we're responsive, we're adaptable. So this, Prabhupada actually says at the end of the last sentence, I love this, I know it's not this verse, but it just follows on so nicely. He says, this fixed consciousness of being Krishna's servant is on a higher platform than simple cognizance of love of God. Does that make sense? Just cognizance, intellectual understanding that love of God exists is lower than the actual experience of servitude. So please remember that. Don't underestimate the rasas, because they happen on a spiritual platform. They happen in our real self. They're not a mental thing. This brain thing is just a Velcro. You have to lose it. You have to lose your mind to gain yourself. So yes, if you have mental health problems, heal them to gain material sanity. And once you've got material sanity, lose your material sanity to gain transcendental madness. What is Shuddhnam compelled by? The motivation. Motivation is love. It's compelled by love, nothing else. And the attitude is going to be one of the 5 mellows. Yeah? Pure name is chanted in one of the 5 mellows because you know who you are. How do we chant compelled by love? I don't know. But I do understand some things about not having expectations. I just wanted to share a couple more things, just in terms of, this verse actually takes us from, and Lord Chaitanya and Ramananda Rai take us really on this journey from the different ways Krishna's name responds to us when we chant. As we change our attention, as we change our motivation, as we change our attitude, as we change the AMA, as we change what we ask when we ask Krishna anything, He says, ask me anything. When you call my name, ask me anything. But what you get will depend on what you ask me and how you ask me and how attentively you ask me. So the holy names respond in a different way. If we read, actually, I want to read the Shikshastakam first verse. I'll just read the translation just because of time limit. Let there be all victory for the chanting of the holy name of Lord Krishna, which can cleanse the mirror of the heart and stop the miseries of the blazing fire of material existence. That chanting is the waxing moon that spreads the white lotus of good fortune for all living entities. It is the life and soul of all education. The chanting of the holy name of Krishna expands the blissful ocean of transcendental life. It gives a cooling effect to everyone and enables one to taste full nectar at every step. That's just the first verse. So this is from Asisi Antilila. In chapter 20, Lord Chaitanya speaks his 8 verses that basically give us everything and more. So what are we hearing here then? So as our AMA changes, we go from purification to relief of suffering, to desire fulfilling. Then it becomes pleasing. It reconnects us. And then it intoxicates us. All from one person's name. Can you find any other word that's that magical? There's no magic spell that can do all of those things. That can purify you, that can get rid of your miseries, that can fulfill all your desires, that can please you, that can reconnect you, and it can intoxicate you. Nothing. You don't need any magic. You don't need any other words. Just these. Harinam, Harinam, Eva Kevalam, right? It's the only way. It's nothing else. Right? That's why devotees who do Harinam all the time, they're like blissed out. Right? It's blissful. It's amazing because you see the magic just raw. It's amazing. So I have to stop in 6 minutes, don't I? What I wanted to just really, if I can serve you in any way, is just really, if you please can think of this AMA, look at your attention, your motivation, and your attitude with your chanting. Because these things they do. If you take a hold of them, then your spiritual life will accelerate, it will move very fast. You know, when we're in Maya, we're disconnected from Krishna. It's very easy for us to focus on everything else. Everything else comes first. So inattention is actually natural, and prayer requires practice, connecting, actively connecting. That's what prayer is. On the opposite side of the spectrum, as we fall more deeply connected and in love with Krishna, more attraction, then actually he comes first. And prayer becomes constant because we're in constant connection, even when we're not uttering the holy name. And inattention becomes a rare or non-occurrence. Our thoughts aren't distracted. Our thoughts are different. Our thoughts are also connected to him because he's always with us. Right? How does that change the dynamic? You know why devotees who have very deep chanting are able to let go of expectations of Krishna? Because they start to experience how loving he is, and that when you put no expectation on Krishna, what he gives you far exceeds any expectation you could place on him. Let him surprise you. You know, when you live in a loving household or have a loving friendship, you don't sit there asking your friend for things, do you? Or your relatives. When there's deep love, you're just going about your day, just expressing yourself. They'll notice and they'll surprise you. Krishna does exactly the same thing. Everything we're thinking, even if we don't ask for it, he provides, and he provides in a much better way. So we don't want to jump to that, but it's something wouldn't you love to have that kind of friendship with someone where you're always in communication? He always shows up, you always show up. He always stops what he's doing for you whenever you want. And the surprises are better than anything you could ask for. Have you ever been in a relationship where you've never had to ask the other person for anything and you've never had to set expectations? Babies don't have to do that. Why? Because their mothers are always surprising them. Right? Because they know what the child needs before the child even knows what they need. The child doesn't have to ask. Good mothers just provide. Mamta. That word in the previous verse, mamta, is used often in Hindi language to mean maternal love. But there's a closeness. In this, the previous verse talks about mamta being intimacy. It's very close. Very close. Hearts are just one. So I'm going to stop there. And I pray that you have lives enchanting, full of free-flowing love with Krishna and no expectation, and that he surprises you constantly and you experience it. Thank you. Can I please take some comments or questions, complaints, corrections, anything? Have I put you all to sleep? Govinda Prabhu. I think I have the mic. I'm being greedy. Sorry.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for your enthusiastic class. And nice advertisement of Harinam Sankirtan. Thank you for that.
Yeah, go on, Harinam.
Here's a question I puzzle about. On the one hand, we understand from the offences that if you maintain material attachments, you won't attain the goal. But then in the 5th canto, it's described, Ichapi Dhanamni Japala Palavam. Krishna, even if you approach him with material desires, you fulfill them in such a way as you'll no longer ask them, and he'll give you his lotus feet. So on the one hand, it seems that Krishna's saying if you approach him with material desires, you'll gain him. On the other hand, it's like if we chant with material desires, we'll never attain him. So I'm trying to figure out how to understand that.
So that's where you can apply these 3 things. He knows we have material desires, but we don't have material desires. That's the conditioning of the body and the mind. So, and he knows the odds are stacked against us. But if we use the very thing which is our enemy to change our motivation, to endeavor to come closer to him, because 2 things are happening. One is I've got material desires, and on the other hand, I actually want Krishna. So Krishna's hearing both those things. So both things can happen. Don't maintain material desires, so our job is to try and let go of them. When Krishna's trying to pull them away, don't say, no, hang on, can I just hold on to it a bit longer? Please, I really don't trust you that this isn't good for me. Can I have it a bit longer? So both things can happen. Don't maintain your material desires. But if you do happen to have them, Krishna will give them to you, but in a way that will bring you closer. So one, there's a whole thing of intention. What's our intention? That's the key thing. That's how I understand it. Is that helpful? Okay. Hare Krishna. Mike, over here. So just so that people who are watching online can hear your question.
Okay, so can you experience a few of these at once, or is it very logical in a pattern, chronological?
We tend to go back and forth a little bit, especially at unsteadiness. It's a transition. Analogies only take us so far. Yeah, if it was that, it is more or less like this if we follow properly, but we struggle. But that's the thing, As Narottam Das Thakur says, Golakir Prem Dan. It's a donation, loving donation from Goloka Vrindavan, the holy name. It's free, given to us for free, because we can't afford it. Pulkit? Can we give Pulkit the mic?
Thank you for your class. So, from my understanding, the attention in Nama Prad is essentially attention to everything else. Is that intentional? Do you mean like intentional attention to everything else while you're chanting?
Well, as Govinda Prabhu was saying, it says in the Bhagavatam, even if you have intentional attention to something else, Krishna will fulfill it, but in a way that it purifies you. But at the same time, what we're directed to do is actually really, if you want to make progress, don't have intentional attention. If you know there's an intentional attention, try and work through it so you can let it go, especially if it's not good for you.
Yeah, so the next part of my question is that in Nama Bas you mentioned that the intention is an increasingly consistent endeavor. So,
Well, no, that's not the intention, that's the attention.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Attention is an increasingly
Consistent endeavour, yeah.
So it's like...
To be attentive, yeah.
Like the lines are blurred a bit for me in attention between Namabhas and Namaprad.
Yeah, it's progressive, right? You're not going to go, right, from tomorrow I'm in Namabhas and do 16 rounds completely attentively. You're going to go, okay, I'm going to just start with 5 mantras first. Okay, then I'm going to try half a round. You know, you've got to literally go one mantra at a time. That's how nuts the mind is, okay? And that's why I brought up the whole, you know, the brain's the Velcro that sticks the subtle body and the gross body. And also how digital media makes the brain so inattentive, because what's the point of making it worse for ourselves, right? If it's got to a point now where, I mean, people had an appetite and a capacity to watch a 3-hour movie just 10 years ago. Then it reduced to everything has to be an hour and a half. Then it reduced to an hour. Then it reduced to like half an hour. Then you have social media where it's like, okay, you can do 15 minutes. Then it got to 7 minutes. Now it's like 15 seconds. Okay, so if that's how long you can hold your attention, 15 seconds, the progress from Namaprad to Namabhas, you know, you're going to have increasingly consistent endeavor to be attentive. In 15 seconds, how many mantras can you chant? You see? So... yeah, you build up. It's progressive. That's what progress means. You gradually move from one to the other. When you were growing up, your mum didn't wake up one morning and go, oh, wow, here's 15-year-old book. Oh, now here's 21-year-old. It's progress. You can't even track it. The changes sometimes are like, oh, you've grown taller in 3 days. You see what I mean? You can't always, it's just suddenly there's a change. So there's always a change. There's always a change because Krishna is responsive. So if you're chanting Hare Krishna, there is always a change. But what that change is there is our part to do in it. Then the rest is Krishna's reciprocation. Is that okay? How are you doing? Good to see you again.
Could you delve deeper into the attitude bit?
Yeah? Which bit of the attitude bit and at which stage?
Probably.
Yeah, so, I mean, like I said, you know, when we're doing offensive chanting, our chanting is indifferent in terms of our attitude. We don't care what we're doing. So try to move from indifference. If you feel like you're not experiencing or chanting in a way that there's a person there, then you're likely indifferent. You know, I chant as if he's listening. If you chant as if Krishna's listening, that immediately personalizes it. Even if you don't know who Krishna is, even if you don't know who you actually are, whether it's in this world or for eternity, if you chant like he's listening, there's a change in the heart. Or even if you can chant like someone's listening. I don't know who you are yet, Krishna, but I know you're listening. And that brings you closer to Namabhas. Because when we're talking to someone, we're far more attentive than if we're just talking to a wall. If you've ever had to record piece to cameras, right, little videos, and you're just talking to a camera, it's hard to get into the space of sounding natural. It doesn't sound natural. You know when it sounds natural? If you imagine someone, especially someone you really like or have affection for behind that camera, then it becomes easy. So when we chant, if there's no one there, you're not going to chant naturally, are you? It's going to be a mechanical chanting. But if you chant as if someone's listening, chanting sounds really different, even to you. Yeah? Thank you for that question, actually. Okay. No, I don't know. Who wanted? You want?
Spoke about how aversion is a desire to control.
Aversion and attachment, yeah.
Aversion and attachment. But what if it's like an aversion which you think will be like conducive to your spiritual life? Then it's still a desire to control, but it's positive.
Aversion is stronger than the do's and don'ts of Krishna consciousness. You know, when you know if I don't do this, like let's go back to digital media. Okay, I'm going to stay off digital media. I'm going to reduce my hours from 8 hours a day to 4. You know, whatever it is you've got to reduce, and save yourself a lot of time and energy and brain power. That's not an aversion. That's you're fine with digital media. It's just you're choosing, I'm going to reduce it. And you say, Krishna, please help me. Okay. If you go, oh my God, digital media, it's just Maya. I hate it. Okay. You hate it. Why do you use? Is there fear there? Why do you hate it? Because it can be used. You should just upgrade your adhikar and use it properly. Actually, real devotees who don't really have fear or attachment or aversion of this material world, they're not even worried about the modes of material nature. They know how to use the mode of ignorance and the mode of passion. They can use mode of passion and ignorance in service. They're not bound by it. Yeah? They know how to use the nighttime hours of the mode of ignorance to use the nighttime and sleep as a way to access transcendence, and how to serve devotees whilst they're asleep. I think Satchidananda Maharaj was giving class a couple of weeks ago, CC class, and he talked about these 4 states of consciousness, and one of them is such a deep state of sleep that 256th of your soul remains in the body just so that you stay asleep, and the rest just merges with the Brahmajyoti for like a split second, and you come back like, wow, that's deep sleep. Rejuvenates you, he said that's still material. Okay, but then there are those souls who actually, in their sleep, the majority of the soul leaves, and they go to the spiritual world. They go to other devotees. They inspire them. They instruct them. This process is deep, 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 and it's exciting. So, don't leave ever. I mean, of course, there's free will. You can do what you like, but don't leave, really. Don't. Should we stop? It's 7 minutes to 9. I was told 8:45. And there doesn't seem to be any more questions. Yeah? Ladies, you don't have anything? Okay. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
The great Shiti Shakti Mataji ki jai. I know one more.